if everything you've been told about money is backwards? What if wealth doesn't start in your bank account, but in your thoughts? Quiet, invisible, and often unnoticed. Most people spend their lives chasing wealth like it's something out there, just beyond reach. But the truth is, wealth begins long before any paycheck, investment, or business idea. It begins in the one place you've had access to all along, your mind. Right now you might feel stuck, like no matter how hard you work, it never seems to be enough. You look at others who seem to attract money effortlessly and wonder, what are they doing that I'm not? But it's not about luck. It's not about privilege. It's not even about intelligence. It's about alignment. It's about the way they think, the energy they give off, and the beliefs they carry deep inside. If you've ever felt like there's something invisible holding you back, you're not imagining. It's your mindset, quietly shaping your world in every moment. We are all born with unlimited potential, but from the moment we enter the world, we're fed ideas about money, what it is, who deserves it, how hard it is to earn. These beliefs settle in like background music, playing in the back of our minds until they become our truth. And once a belief is accepted, the mind goes to work proving it right. If you believe you're not meant to be wealthy, you'll find 1,000 reasons to stay small. But here's the shift. When you change your inner world, the outer world begins to follow. Your mind is the command center of your life. It filters what you notice, how you react, and what you believe is possible. If you're constantly focused on lack, your mind will show you more lack. But if you begin to focus on abundance, even if it's just the possibility of it, your mind will start to scan for new ideas, new connections, and new doors you didn't see before. This isn't magic, it's focus. And focus changes everything. You're not here by accident. You're listening because something inside of you knows there's more. More freedom, more opportunity, more life. And that more isn't somewhere far away. It starts with one decision: to take back control of your mind, to train it, shape it, command it, because a trained mind becomes a magnet for wealth. It begins to expect success. It begins to act in alignment with that success. And over time, that mindset becomes your reality. So stay with this, because by the time you reach the end, something inside you will have shifted. You'll see yourself differently, think differently, walk differently. And that shift is everything. Because once you learn how to train your mind, you stop chasing wealth and start attracting it. This isn't just about money. This is about stepping into the life you were born for. The life where you stop surviving and start thriving. It all begins now with your mind. You've already felt it. The truth stirring beneath the surface. The awareness that your mind holds more power than you've been led to believe. But now, it's time to face what's really been holding you back. Not the economy, not your job, not your past. The real barrier has been the silent program running in your mind. The one that whispers you can't, you're not enough. You'll never have more than this. These thoughts aren't facts, they're habits. And like any habit, they can be changed. You weren't born thinking small. You weren't born believing money is scarce or that success is reserved for someone else. Those beliefs were downloaded into you by family, by culture, by experiences that taught you to shrink instead of expand. They built a mental cage, visible but powerful, shaping every decision you've made without you even realizing it. Every time you hesitated, played it safe, or talked yourself out of trying, that was the program running on autopilot. But now, you see it, and what you can see, you can change. Your brain isn't fixed. It's adaptable. Every thought you think, every belief you reinforce, creates or strengthens a pathway. Most people wake up and relive the same thoughts, feelings, and actions as the day before. That repetition builds a mental blueprint, one that keeps them stuck in the same financial reality. But when you interrupt that pattern, when you begin to feed your mind new beliefs, new images, new truths, you start to rewire the entire system. You're not stuck, you're patterned. Patterns can be rewritten. Start with awareness. Notice the thoughts you've accepted without question. I can't afford that. Money is hard to get. That's not for people like me. These thoughts aren't harmless. They are anchors, and they're keeping you from rising. Catch them, challenge them, replace them. Not once, but every single day. Because repetition is how the mind learns. Just like going to the gym reshapes your body, repetition reshapes your beliefs. The more you train your mind to think wealth, the more it will begin to expect it. You don't need to have all the answers right now. You don't need to know exactly how it will all happen. You just need to decide that you will no longer let old, broken beliefs control your future. You are not your past. You are not your parents' limitations. You are not your mistakes. You are the thinker of your thoughts, and you can choose new ones. Ones that serve you, empower you, elevate you. This is your turning point, right here, right now. A new belief begins with a choice. Choose to believe that wealth is not only possible for you, it's already on its way. Your job is to become ready for it. And readiness begins in the mind. When you rise above scarcity, when you speak abundance into existence, you shift your entire life. Train your mind to believe in more, and more will come. Every single time. You cannot attract a life that contradicts the identity you hold deep inside. Your results will always rise or fall to meet the level of who you believe you are. That's why so many people work hard, set goals, even take action, but nothing changes. Because underneath it all, they're still carrying the same self-image. One that quietly says, I'm not the kind of person who succeeds. Until you rewrite that identity, you will always sabotage the very success you say you want. Not because you're broken, but because your mind is loyal to the story you keep repeating about yourself. You become what you believe you are. If you see yourself as someone who always struggles, your thoughts, behaviors, and energy will mirror that.
Stretching will relax your muscles and make you feel good in the moment, but it will not prevent injuries, make you strong.
Your thoughts, behaviors, and energy will mirror that. If you see yourself as someone who barely gets by, your subconscious will guide you to choices that keep you just surviving. But when you shift your identity, everything else begins to shift with it. You start showing up differently, speaking differently, making decisions from power instead of fear. You no longer act like someone hoping to succeed. You act like someone who already is. This transformation isn't about pretending. It's about remembering. You're not creating a false version of yourself. You're uncovering the version that was buried under years of doubt, fear, and conditioning. Somewhere inside you is the bold, confident, wealthy version of you that never stopped dreaming. That version already exists. You just have to give it permission to lead. The moment you start thinking, feeling, and acting like your highest self, the world begins to reflect it back. Start small. Begin with how you speak to yourself. Eliminate words that weaken you. Stop calling yourself broke. Stop labeling yourself with limits. Speak with authority. Walk with intention. Visualize your future as if it's already yours. Because when you show up as the person who belongs in that reality, you send a signal. Not just to yourself, but to life itself. A signal that says, I am ready. Your subconscious mind doesn't respond to logic. It responds to identity, emotion, and repetition. The more you align your inner world with the reality you desire, the more your outer world will shift to match it. This is not wishful thinking. This is alignment. Your self-image is the thermostat of your life. You can want more. You can work harder. But until you raise that setting, you will always be pulled back to the level you believe is safe. Now is the time to upgrade that setting, to step fully into the identity of someone who creates wealth, who adds value, who is unapologetically abundant. From that, like that person. Because when your identity changes, your life is the same. You are not becoming someone else. You are finally becoming who you're meant to be. And wealth is drawn to that truth like a magnet. Every thought you allow is a seed. Plant enough of the same thought and it becomes a belief. Nurture that belief with repetition and emotion and it becomes your identity. Act from that identity long enough and it creates your reality. This is how wealth is truly built. Not just through action, but through alignment. Because when the thoughts in your mind, the emotions in your heart, and the actions you take are all in harmony, life begins to respond in ways that feel almost effortless. What once felt hard becomes natural. What once seemed far away begins to move toward you. You've been told to hustle harder, to grind longer, to push through. But real power doesn't come from force. It comes from clarity. It comes from certainty. When you train your mind to believe that abundance is your natural state, you stop chasing it, you attract it by who you are being. And that beingness starts with what you feed your mind, not just once, every single day. Because your dominant thoughts shape your dominant reality. You cannot expect wealth while constantly thinking in terms of lack. You cannot rise financially. The frequency of abundance is calm, confident, and expansive. When your mind is trained to focus on opportunity instead of obstacles, you begin to notice chances that were always there, but previously invisible. You start moving with more intention, more courage, more purpose, and every choice you make from that state compounds. This is how momentum builds, quietly at first, then suddenly. Discipline your inner world. Be ruthless with doubt. Be intentional with what you allow into your mental space. Protect your vision from the noise of people who don't see what you see. Not everyone will understand your growth. Not everyone will believe what you believe. But this isn't about them. This is about you, your life, your freedom, your future. Every day you are either reinforcing your limitations or rewriting them. You don't need permission. You need commitment, a firm abundance, even before it shows up. Not because you're lying to yourself, but because you are leading your mind to higher ground. You're building a mental environment that welcomes success instead of fearing it. That expects money to flow instead of resisting it. Your outer reality is a mirror, not a mystery. Change what's reflected inside, and what appears outside must follow. This is the real work, and it's where most people stop, but not you. You are retraining your most powerful asset, your mind, and with it, you're reshaping your future. Every time you choose belief over doubt, focus over fear, vision over comfort, you take back control. And when your thoughts, beliefs, and emotions are all working in your favor, you don't just attract wealth, you expand into it. You grow into a version of yourself that no longer fits the limits of your past. That version is already within you, and it's time to let it rise. You were never meant to live a life of scarcity. That feeling of hunger for more, that quiet ache in your chest, isn't greed.
I'm 64, and my husband can't stop complimenting my jawline. The best way to tighten sagging skin and refine
That ache in your chest isn't greed. It's your soul remembering what's possible. It's your higher self pulling you forward, whispering that there's more waiting for you when you stop settling for less. The life of wealth, peace, and purpose you dream of isn't fantasy. It's alignment. It's not reserved for the lucky or the chosen. It's available to the focused, the committed, the awakened. And you are waking up now. The shift begins when you stop thinking of money as something outside of you and start seeing it as something that responds to who you are, not what you do. Who you are being when you carry shame around money, when you feel unworthy, when you doubt your ability to receive. That energy repels the very thing you want. But when you move with certainty, when you speak with belief, when you act like someone who already belongs in that abundant reality, you stop creating from fear and start creating from faith. This is not blind optimism. This is mental mastery, and it requires practice, daily, moment by moment. You must train your nervous system to feel safe in abundance, to feel calm in expansion, because many people unconsciously sabotage their success, not because they can't handle failure, but because they've never trained themselves to handle more. Their minds are addicted to stress, to scarcity, to struggle, and anything outside that feels unfamiliar, even if it's better. But unfamiliar doesn't mean wrong. Growth always feels uncomfortable at first. It stretches you, challenges the old identity. But you are not here to stay small. You are not here to survive cycles that keep you depleted. You are here to rise. And rising requires that you hold the vision of where you're going, even when your current reality doesn't yet reflect it, especially then, because that's when most people quit. They look around, don't see results, and decide it's not working. But results always trail identity. The seed is planted long before the harvest shows. And just because you can't see the wealth yet doesn't mean it's not already being drawn to you. Your job is to keep showing up as the person who already has it. To think like them, speak like them, make decisions like them, because that energy held long enough will bend reality in your favor. Let go of the timeline, release the pressure. You don't have to force anything, just stay aligned, stay grounded, Keep your mind focused on what you are creating, not on what you fear. This is the real test, not of your worth, but of your willingness. Will you keep believing even when there's no proof yet? Will you trust the process long enough to see the reward? If you do, wealth won't just visit your life. It will become part of who you are. Permanent, natural, inevitable. You are being prepared for more, even in moments when it feels like nothing is happening. The silence, the waiting, the unseen inner work, it all matters. Most people give up not because they're incapable, but because they misunderstand the process. They expect instant results from internal rewiring, forgetting that transformation always begins beneath the surface. You don't plant a seed today and dig it up tomorrow to see if it's growing. You water it, nourish it, and trust what's happening underground. That's what you're doing now with your mind. And soon your reality will catch up. You are not being tested, you are being strengthened. Every time you choose belief over fear, even when doubt whispers in your ear, you train your mind to become unshakable. That's what wealth requires. Not just external strategies, but an inner stability that doesn't collapse under pressure. When you can stay focused, stay grounded, and stay elevated in your energy, even when nothing around you seems to support it, that's when you become magnetic. That's when wealth starts finding you, not the other way around. Your energy speaks louder than words. It announces who you are long before you enter the room. When your mind is trained to expect abundance, your body begins to relax. Your decisions carry more confidence. Your presence becomes powerful. And people notice. Opportunities notice. Life notices. You don't need to chase when you radiate certainty. But that certainty isn't something you fake. It's something you build. Thought by thought. Action by action. Day by day. It's forged in the fire of your own commitment. You don't rise by waiting for the world to validate you. You rise by deciding you are enough. Right now, as you are. You stop negotiating your worth with people who can't see your vision. You stop waiting for external permission to start living like the person you were born to be. The world will catch up, but it has to follow your lead. And your lead must come from the inside out. That's the path of transformation. It doesn't ask for comfort. It demands courage. There will be moments when your old life tries to pull you back. Old habits, old voices, old beliefs, that's normal. But every time you choose to keep moving forward anyway, you weaken their grip. You prove to your subconscious that you are no longer available for less than your potential. And that proof becomes momentum. That momentum becomes change. And that change becomes the new standard for your life.
Wish you had a professional business address and phone number instead of your home address and personal
change. And that change becomes the new standard for your life. Hold the vision. Speak the affirmation. Take the action. Even when it's hard, especially when it's hard. Because the mind you are training today is the foundation for the life you'll live tomorrow. And that life, the one with freedom, overflow, and peace, is not a fantasy. It is a reflection of who you are becoming. Keep going. Your future is listening. And it's about to answer. There is a version of you that already lives in complete alignment with abundance. That version doesn't second-guess every decision. That version doesn't operate from fear, or doubt their worth, or wait for the perfect time. That version sees the world differently, not through the lens of limits, but through the lens of possibility. And the truth is, that version is not somewhere far away. It's already inside you, waiting to be fully expressed. But you have to decide to lead with it. You have to choose to embody it before your circumstances catch up. The world outside will reflect the energy you lead with. If you lead with hesitation, life gives you delay. If you lead with fear, life gives you more to fear. But when you lead with certainty, when you move as if success is inevitable, the game changes. Because it's no longer about what happens to you. It's about what you're choosing to create. Your thoughts are not just background noise, they are instructions. And your reality listens. Every moment you spend dwelling in doubt is a moment you're building a life you don't want. But every moment you step into clarity, into confidence, into courage, you're writing a new script, a wealth-centered script, a power-centered life. You're not chasing wealth. You're remembering it's your birthright. You're not trying to become worthy. You're finally seeing that you always were. The blocks were never external. They were stories. Stories you absorbed from the world around you. Stories that told you to play small, to wait your turn, to keep your head down. But you're no longer available for those stories. You're no longer willing to let your mind recycle fear and call it logic. You've outgrown the version of you that thought survival was all there was. Now, you choose expansion. Now, you choose vision over circumstance. You choose growth over comfort. And as you do, you're not just changing your mindset, you're changing your frequency. You're aligning yourself with the level of life that once seemed out of reach. But now you see it for what it is, already yours, already calling you forward, already responding to your energy. Don't wait until everything makes sense. Don't wait until the fear disappears. Take the step now. Trust that your clarity will deepen with each action you take. The path to wealth isn't built by perfect plans, it's built by powerful decisions. Deciding to stop playing small. Deciding to hold the vision even when it shakes. Deciding to become unavailable for anything that shrinks your spirit. That kind of decision carries weight. It shifts your posture, it commands a different reality. Every time you think a new thought, speak a new truth, or make a new choice that reflects your future rather than your past, you are transforming. And transformation, once truly chosen, is irreversible. Keep choosing it. Keep aligning with it. Because the life you desire isn't just possible, it's already yours. Now it's time to live like it. You are no longer waiting for permission to rise. You've already outgrown the version of yourself that begged for approval, that dimmed your light to keep others comfortable, that hesitated every time you felt called to do more. That old self served a purpose, but its time is over. You are stepping into a new standard now, one defined by clarity, by strength, by the unapologetic decision to expand, not because you're chasing validation, but because staying small is no longer an option. Something inside you knows it's time. Wealth responds to identity. It doesn't follow your wishes. It mirrors your embodiment. If you want to experience more, you must become more. Not more effort, more alignment, more focus, more belief. This is the hidden truth most people miss. They scramble for strategies, but never upgrade their sense of self. They act from the same energy of fear, hope for a different outcome. But you are not here to repeat cycles. You are here to rewrite them. And it starts by deciding right now who you are becoming. Let your vision be louder than your excuses. Let your future speak louder than your fear. You've already seen what life looks like when you doubt yourself. You've already felt the weight of postponing your potential. That version of life, the one built on waiting, hesitating, shrinking, is not your truth. Your truth is expansion. Your truth is power. Your truth is the deep inner knowing that you were built for more, and not someday. Now, you don't need more time. You need more presence. You need more intention behind your actions, more meaning in your choices, more trust in your own voice. When your thoughts and actions begin to align with the identity of someone who expects wealth, who welcomes success, who feels safe receiving more, life bends. Not instantly, but inevitably, because the universe cannot deny a mind that's already decided, a mind that's already aligned, a mind that is no longer negotiating with fear. You don't grow by chance, you grow by choice.
I'm in my 70s and I thought it was too late to build muscle. But then I discovered a simple biohack that triggers your body to make new...
Grow by choice. And this moment is one of those choices. The choice to stop replaying the old story. The choice to let go of the illusion that you must prove your worth. You don't need to earn abundance by suffering. You allow it by aligning. And that alignment begins by standing in the truth of who you are. Powerful, intentional, worthy, and more than capable of creating a life that reflects your deepest desires. Hold this energy, breathe it in, let it settle into your nervous system. Because the more familiar this feeling becomes, the more normal abundance becomes. You are not chasing a fantasy, you are remembering your power. You are taking the wheel. And as your identity shifts, your habits shift. As your thoughts expand, your reality expands. This is how wealth becomes your default. Not through force, but through transformation. One thought, one decision, one aligned moment at a time. You are not broken, you do not need fixing, what you need is remembering. Remembering who you were before the doubt crept in, before the fear was taught to you, before the world convinced you to shrink to fit inside its limitations. You've spent enough time trying to be realistic. You've spent enough energy trying to play by rules that were never written for your freedom. Now it's time to rewrite the rules, not with arrogance, but with certainty. The kind that comes from knowing you were born to live in alignment with abundance, not scarcity, not struggle, not survival. Your mind is not your enemy. It only mirrors what you've been feeding it. If you tell it daily that things are hard, it will find evidence to prove you right. But if you train it to expect expansion, to normalize overflow, to feel safe in success, it will shift. Slowly at first, then all at once. This is not magic, it's mastery. The mind will follow the rhythm of your dominant thought. The body will respond to the emotion you dwell in most. And life will start to organize itself around your new frequency. The question is no longer whether you are capable. That was never in doubt. The question is whether you're willing to hold a new identity long enough for the results to meet you. Most people retreat back to what's familiar the moment progress feels slow. But comfort isn't a reward. It's a prison when it keeps you stuck. You were not designed to settle for patterns that numb your power. You were created to rise, and rise again, until your life feels like truth. Let your decisions reflect your vision, not your fear. Let your habits match the level of life you are calling in. You don't attract what you want, you attract what you expect. And expectations are not built from hope, they are built from repetition. Speak what you want daily, feel it in your body, see it with clarity, and then act like it's already yours, because in many ways it is. The moment you become aligned with the energy of your desire, you become a magnet for the people, opportunities and ideas that will carry it into form. It doesn't matter what your past looked like. It doesn't matter what others believe is possible for you. What matters is what you allow yourself to claim now. Are you brave enough to believe bigger? Are you strong enough to let go of the identity that only knew how to survive? Because the identity that knows how to thrive is waiting to be activated, and it begins with a decision. The decision to stop doubting, the decision to stop shrinking, the decision to meet yourself fully, without apology, without delay, without hesitation. This is how transformation begins, not with external permission, but with internal conviction. Choose it now, embody it fully, and watch everything change. Every thought you choose to entertain is a brick in the foundation of your future. The walls of your reality are built from the beliefs you carry deep inside. If those beliefs are rooted in lack, fear, or limitation, your life will mirror that. But if you cultivate beliefs of abundance, worthiness, and possibility, your world will shift to match. This isn't about wishful thinking. It's about deliberate mental conditioning. You have the power to rewire your brain to serve your highest vision. And every moment you hesitate, every time you allow doubt to settle, you give the old story permission to stay alive. Your mind can be your greatest ally or your most relentless saboteur. The difference lies in where you place your attention. Attention is energy. It feeds what it focuses on. When you consistently focus on scarcity, your brain scans for evidence to prove it right, strengthening the neural pathway's limitation. When you focus on abundance, your brain rewires to notice new opportunities, to trust in expansion, and to act with confidence. This process is not passive, it demands discipline. It demands courage to redirect your thoughts when they drift toward fear. It demands persistence to keep your vision vivid even when the external world contradicts it. The transformation you seek is already happening beneath the surface. It may feel slow, uncomfortable, or invisible right now, but that is part of the process. Your nervous system is learning a new way to exist. You are breaking old patterns of scarcity thinking and installing new circuits of wealth consciousness. The discomfort you feel is growth stretching your limits, inviting you to claim more.
About 22 days ago, I started using the Japanese Mojara recipe, but I had to stop because I was losing weight way too fast.
Inviting you to claim more. Do not shrink from it. Lean into it. Allow the tension to remind you that you are on the edge of something greater. This is the space where change is born. You are the architect of your life. No one else holds the blueprint. The energy you emit, the beliefs you nurture, the habits you form, all these shape your reality. If you want to attract unlimited wealth, you must become the person who naturally attracts it. That person thinks differently, acts differently, and feels differently. The transformation is internal first and foremost. The external follows inevitably. Align your identity with the life you desire. Embody the mindset of abundance every day. Speak to yourself as someone who is worthy, capable, and deserving of wealth. You don't need to have it all figured out. You only need to commit to the process of becoming. The journey requires patience, self-compassion, and relentless focus. When you stumble, remind yourself that setbacks are simply feedback, not failure. When doubt creeps in, choose to return your attention to what you want, not what you fear. The most successful minds are those that refuse to be derailed by temporary discomfort. They understand that transformation is not linear and that perseverance is the secret ingredient. Every decision you make today sends ripples into your future. Choose thoughts that empower. Choose actions that elevate. Choose belief over fear, abundance over lack. This is how you train your mind to attract unlimited wealth. One choice at a time, one thought at a time, one moment at a time. The power to create the life you desire lives within you. Claim it fully. Live it boldly. Your future is waiting. The energy you carry is magnetic. It pulls people, opportunities, and resources toward you like a force of nature. But this energy is not random. It is the sum of your thoughts, feelings, and beliefs working together in harmony or discord. When your inner world vibrates with confidence, gratitude, and expectation, the outer world responds with doors opening, ideas flowing, and abundance arriving. Yet when doubt, fear, and scarcity dominate, you will find yourself trapped in cycles that reinforce limitation. Understanding this power is not enough. You must consciously cultivate it every day with intention and care. Your mind is a garden. What you plant will grow. If you nurture weeds of worry, comparison, or negativity, they will take over, choking out every possibility. But if you water seeds of hope, belief, and purpose, you create fertile ground for abundance to thrive. This requires vigilance. Negative thoughts are subtle. They creep in, disguised as realism or caution. They whisper lies that delay your progress. But you have the strength to uproot them. You can choose what deserves your attention and what doesn't. This is the daily battle where wealth is won or lost. In the silent spaces between thoughts, in the choices you make when no one else is watching. Gratitude is one of the most powerful tools you have. It shifts your focus from lack to plenty, rewiring your brain to notice the gifts already present. When you cultivate gratitude, you train your mind to expect more reasons to be grateful. This expectation creates a positive feedback loop that fuels confidence and momentum. It's not about ignoring challenges or pretending everything is perfect. It's about choosing to recognize the abundance that already exists as the foundation for what's to come. This simple practice alters your internal landscape and sets a new vibration that attracts wealth effortlessly. To attract unlimited wealth, your feelings must match your thoughts. It's not enough to think about success. You must feel it deeply, as if it's already here. This emotional alignment sends a powerful signal to your subconscious mind, which then shapes your actions and decisions. When your heart believes in your worth, your mind stops sabotaging you with fear. When your emotions are anchored in possibility, you naturally take bold, inspired steps. This is the language of transformation, when your feelings, thoughts, and actions sing the same song of abundance. You cannot control every external circumstance, but you can control your response. This is where true power lies. When setbacks arise, when fear knocks at your door, choose to respond with resilience and unwavering faith in your vision. Refuse discomfort, rewrite your story. You are building a new identity. Train it with patience, consistency, and unwavering commitment to your highest good. Feed it thoughts that serve your growth. Nurture feelings that support your dreams, and take actions that reflect your worthiness. This is how you become a magnet for unlimited wealth, not by chasing it desperately, but by embodying it fully. The power to transform your life is in your hands. Choose now to wield it with courage and clarity. Your destiny is ready. Your thoughts create your reality. Every belief you hold sends out a signal, attracting experiences that reflect that energy back to you. This is the invisible architecture of your life.
This summer, Pluto TV is exploding with free movies.
This is the invisible architecture of your life, the blueprint drawn by your mind. When you realize this, you begin to understand the immense power in your hands. The power to shape your future, to draw abundance, to magnetize wealth, is not somewhere outside of you. It is inside right now, waiting for your conscious direction. The choice to command your mind, to direct your thoughts, is the first and most crucial step toward unlimited wealth. It's natural for fear and doubt to arise when stepping into this power. These feelings are old patterns trying to keep you safe in familiar limitations. But safety and growth rarely live in the same space. True safety comes from mastering your mind, from cultivating confidence in your ability to handle whatever comes. When you confront fear and choose belief instead, you build neural pathways of courage. Over time, courage becomes your default setting. This rewiring is not instant, but with persistence, it becomes your new nature. This is where transformation happens, not in the absence of fear, but in the decision to move forward despite it. Abundance is not a destination, it is a mindset. It is a way of seeing the world through a lens of possibility, rather than scarcity. When you embody this mindset, you stop competing with others for limited resources. Instead, you align with the flow of life's infinite supply. You start noticing opportunities where before you saw obstacles. You begin to expect good things, and this expectation calls them closer. Your brain becomes a radar for success, scanning your environment for ways to grow and prosper. This shift changes everything because your energy no longer fights against the current, it moves with it. Your emotions are the fuel for your thoughts. They give power and momentum to the beliefs you hold. If your emotions are stuck in lack or frustration, your mind struggles to generate empowering ideas. But when you cultivate feelings of gratitude, excitement, and worthiness, your thoughts become fertile ground for new possibilities. This is why emotional mastery is essential. You cannot control every circumstance, but you can control your emotional response. Training your emotions to support your vision is like fueling a powerful engine. It propels you forward with unstoppable force. Action is the final piece. Mindset alone cannot create wealth without aligned action. But action that flows from belief and emotional alignment is different. It is inspired, consistent, and confident. It does not depend on external validation or perfect conditions. It pushes through resistance because it knows the destination is worth the effort. When your mind is trained, your emotions are aligned, and your actions are intentional, you create a cycle of momentum that attracts wealth naturally. This is not a formula, it's a way of being. You are becoming someone who commands wealth with ease because you have taken control of your mind. You have refused to be limited by old fears and beliefs. This power is yours. Use it daily, fiercely, and without apology. Your future is shaped by what you think, feel, and do now. Choose wisely, choose abundance, choose transformation. Every moment you spend in doubt chips away at the future you are trying to build. Doubt is the enemy of progress, a shadow that dims the light of possibility. But you have the power to choose differently, to rise above the whispers of uncertainty and replace them with unwavering belief. This choice is not a one-time event, it is a daily practice, a commitment to feed your mind with thoughts that serve your highest vision, to anchor yourself in the feeling of success even before it arrives. This is how you train your mind to become a magnet for unlimited wealth. Your mind craves clarity. It resists confusion and indecision. When your goals are clear and your intentions strong, your brain naturally aligns to create pathways that lead you there. Clarity acts like a compass, guiding your energy and focus toward what matters most. Without it, your efforts scatter, energy dissipates, and progress stalls. Define your vision in vivid detail. Feel it as real and attainable. This sharp focus sends a powerful message to your subconscious that this is what you value and will pursue relentlessly. Clarity fuels determination, and determination transforms dreams into reality. Belief in yourself is the foundation of every success. Without belief, effort becomes exhausting, and obstacles seem insurmountable. But belief is not just blind faith, it is cultivated through repeated acts of courage and small victories. Each time you choose to act despite fear, you reinforce the belief that you are capable. This creates a ripple effect, strengthening your confidence and resilience. Over time, this deep-rooted belief rewires your brain to expect success, making it easier to attract and receive wealth. Your mind no longer questions your worthiness. It knows it is true. The emotions you nurture are the language your subconscious understands best. When you immerse yourself in feelings of gratitude, joy, and abundance, you are sending a powerful signal that you are ready to receive more.
I want to give Spartan a try, but I feel it's too expensive.
We hear you, and this holiday we decided to drop the prices as low as we can. For a limited time only, we're making our...
Need more. These emotions open your heart and mind, allowing opportunities to flow freely. On the other hand, fear and scarcity tighten your energy, closing doors and blocking flow. Learning to consciously shift your emotional state is a critical skill in training your mind for wealth. It's not about pretending to feel positive all the time, but about choosing which emotions deserve your focus and which ones to release. Consistency is the secret ingredient that turns intention into reality. Your brain learns through repetition, and new habits form when you commit to daily practices that support your vision. This might be affirmations, visualization, or simply a moment of gratitude each day. These small, consistent actions build momentum, rewiring your neural pathways and embedding new beliefs deep within. The power of consistency lies in its ability to create lasting change, transforming fleeting inspiration into permanent mindset shifts that unlock unlimited wealth. You have everything you need inside you right now. The capacity to believe, to feel, and to act with intention is already within your grasp. The choice to harness this power belongs to you alone. When you decide to train your mind with discipline, clarity, and emotional alignment, you step into a new reality, one where wealth flows easily, courage is natural, limitation fades away. This transformation is waiting for you. Claim it fully, live it boldly. Your mind is the key, and the door to unlimited wealth is wide open. Walk through it. Your mind is the command center of your reality. Every thought you entertain, every belief you reinforce, becomes the blueprint for your life's experiences. When you grasp this truth, you hold the power to transform not just your finances, but your entire existence. Wealth is not a matter of luck or chance. It is the natural outcome of a mind trained to focus, believe, and act with unwavering purpose. The key lies in understanding that your current reality is a reflection of your inner world. Change your inner world, and you change everything. Fear will always try to pull you back, whispering that you are not enough, that the risks are too great, that failure is inevitable. But fear is a false signal, a distortion created by your mind's survival instincts. It is not reality. The truth is, your capacity to grow and succeed far exceeds what fear allows you to believe. Each time you choose to confront fear, you build strength. You create new neural pathways that make courage your default setting. This process rewires your brain, shifting it from a place of limitation to a source of unlimited potential. Focus is your greatest ally. It determines where your energy flows and where your results appear. When your focus is scattered, your energy is diluted and progress stalls. But when you train your mind to concentrate fully on your vision, to immerse yourself in the details and emotions of success, you create a magnetic force that pulls opportunities toward you. This focused energy acts like a beacon, guiding your actions and attracting resources that align with your purpose. Focus sharpens your intentions, intensifies your drive, and fuels the momentum that leads to abundance. Emotional alignment amplifies the power of your thoughts. When your feelings are in harmony with your goals, your subconscious mind no longer resists. It begins to work in your favor, finding solutions, creating connections, and opening pathways that serve your highest good. Emotions act as the fuel for your mental engine. Positive emotions like gratitude, excitement, and confidence accelerate your progress. Learning to cultivate these emotions consciously is essential. You cannot control every external event, but you can choose how to feel about them. This emotional mastery is the secret to unlocking your mind's full wealth-attracting power. Action is the bridge between thought and reality. Without action, even the most powerful mindset remains dormant. But action inspired by clarity, belief, and emotional strength is unstoppable. It is persistent, deliberate, and resilient. This kind of action does not wait for perfect conditions or external approval. It moves forward despite uncertainty because it is grounded in unwavering faith. Every step you take with this mindset reshapes your brain, reinforcing your new identity as someone who attracts and commands wealth with ease. You are not defined by your past or current circumstances. Your mind can be trained to break free from limiting patterns and step into a new reality. This transformation is not theoretical. It is practical and accessible. It requires commitment, patience, and daily effort. Each thought you choose, each emotion you nurture, each action you take builds the foundation for unlimited wealth. This is your power, your responsibility, and your path. Embrace it fully. Your mind is ready. Your future is waiting. Claim it now. Every belief you hold is like a seed planted deep within your mind. Some seeds grow into towering trees while others wither before they can sprout. The difference lies in which beliefs you nurture and feed. To attract unlimited wealth, you must become the gardener of your thoughts, carefully tending to those that empower and uplift. Doubt and scarcity only drain your energy and stunt your growth. Replacing them with faith and abundance is not merely positive thinking. It is rewiring your brain to see and seize opportunities that were always within reach.
The majority of athletes and fitness enthusiasts approach their mobility training completely wrong. Stretching, foam rolling,
And seize opportunities that were always within reach. Your subconscious mind is the soil where these seeds take root. It is vastly more powerful than your conscious thoughts, silently guiding your habits, decisions, and reactions. If left unchecked, it will cling to old, limiting beliefs like a safety net. But when you intentionally feed it new, empowering beliefs, it adapts, or it changes your perceptions and attitudes, shifting your entire experience of reality. This is how you break free from patterns of lack and step into a life where wealth is not a struggle, but a natural state of being. Gratitude is the fertilizer that accelerates this process. When you focus on what you already have, you send a powerful message to your subconscious. Abundance exists in your life now. This feeling opens your mind to receive more. Gratitude rewires your brain to recognize value and opportunity everywhere. It silences the voice of scarcity that tells you to settle or give up. Instead, it fuels your desire to grow and expand. Practicing gratitude daily, even for the smallest things, builds a foundation for wealth that cannot be shaken. Visualization is the water that nourishes your mental garden. When you clearly imagine your financial goals and feel the emotions of having already achieved them, you create a vivid picture for your brain to follow. This technique strengthens neural connections related to success, making your goals feel real and attainable. Visualization is not wishful thinking. It is a powerful mental rehearsal that prepares your mind and body to act with confidence and clarity. The more detailed and emotional your vision, the stronger its pull on your reality. Affirmations are the sunlight that encourages growth. Repeating positive statements about your wealth, ability, and worthiness sends clear signals to your brain, gradually replacing old doubts. These affirmations must be believable and felt deeply, not just words spoken without meaning. When aligned with emotion and repeated consistently, they penetrate your subconscious and reshape your identity. You begin to see yourself as someone deserving and capable of unlimited wealth. This shift in identity is critical because your actions follow the person you believe yourself to be. Your mind is a garden. The beliefs you cultivate determine the harvest you reap. By consciously choosing empowering thoughts, practicing gratitude, visualizing success, and affirming your worth, you create fertile ground for wealth to grow effortlessly. This is not magic, it is science. It is the undeniable truth of how your brain and emotions shape your world. The power to transform your financial reality lies within you, ready to be awakened and unleashed. Tend your garden wisely, and abundance will flourish beyond measure.
tell which app is a trap? Google Playcam. Download apps, not traps.
Here's the 2-minute story of how I built a $10 million a year online business and how my mistakes and successes can help.
I've come to my way to $30,000 without writing a single line of code.
This guy made $30,000 from an app he built on his morning commute. How? 2 tools, Cursor and Bolt.
I think a lot of people make cool stuff with Bolt and Cursor nowadays, but they don't monetize it because they need...
In this video, we'll go over the wild story of how Paulius just built, launched, and marketed a SaaS product by himself and got traction in about 30 days.
Probably have like a winning idea already that you could just prompt your way and start building.
Why you should definitely tune into this video. Well, I had Paulius share with me his exact process on screen of how he builds fast with AI tools, how he creates beautiful designs, and how you can too, and how making money and marketing your app is as simple as a couple tweets. All right, let's get into it. I'm Pat Walls, and this is Starter Story. Welcome, Paulius, to the channel. Thanks for coming on. Tell me, what's your story?
My name is Paulius, and I use AI to build an app that makes me $30K. It's an app that matches startups with influencers, and I built and launched it 7 months ago. It's got over 1,000 users at the moment with over 300 paid users. I used Bolt and Cursor to make it, and I used Framer for design. I did it all myself without needing a team at all in my daily commute.
Nice, cool. Before you made 30K with your app, tell me a little bit more about your background, your story as an entrepreneur.
It started when I was 18, and I needed to make money to get my way through college, and the only job that I could get was door-to-door sales. And one day I ended up knocking on the wrong door, and someone literally grabbed me and held a knife to my throat. After that, I just had enough, and I wasn't really employable as a student, so I dove into every side hustle that I could. So I did web design, I did copywriting, sales funnels. I became kind of like a generalist. It paid enough to get my way through university. When I was in university, I did computer game development, but from the story, I actually completely sucked at code. I was very visual, and I just couldn't understand it. But now AI can actually code for you, and so the limitations that I had before were kind of removed. AI can do the heavy lifting in terms of code and kind of patch up the area where I'm not the best at.
Nice, so tell me what got you into building online and realizing that you could make money online.
So I was going through kind of a rough patch because I tried all these different business models and I wasn't making enough money to break free from 9 to 5. I got really frustrated one day that none of the things that I did really got me where I wanted to be. So I was pursuing creator-led services and products, just work with creators, and the idea of a database came to my mind, and I just started building it out because it's something I'd use myself. And I figured with AI, I could turn this into a fully fledged SaaS if enough people wanted it. So I really just gave it a spin as a kind of like an experiment, and it did pretty good.
So tell me what it felt like to finally launch and have this validated idea and have it make its first dollar. Tell me about that.
So for months before launch, I was building this database. It was a lot of effort, and I had no idea it would pay off. So when I launched my application, I remember I was sitting with my girlfriend, and we were just having dinner. I pull up my phone, I just see sale after sale. I was like, okay, how long is this going to keep going for? And that night got about like 20 or 30 different sales. So it was very nice feeling that just motivated me to just keep going and pursue this further, because now I felt like that was a validation that this could be a real product.
Okay, so can you share your step-by-step playbook on how you build MVPs with AI?
If I'm a complete beginner, I would recommend everyone to use Perplexity. That's what I did. I just asked Perplexity because it has the most up-to-date information, so it has all the documentation, anything that you want, any tool, any library. Just tell it you're a complete noob and absolutely don't know how to do anything, and it'll give you really detailed step-by-step because it's deep research. You can pull up a long document that you can reference and just follow along. The next step is I pull up Bolt and just take it one step at a time as well. So I would implement the first thing that Perplexity says. So it could be like the dashboard, importing the project, cloning a GitHub repository if there is. Once I'm in there, I just keep prompting it. And if there's errors, I just throw the error back at the AI. It fixes the error, go on to the next thing. And I use Bolt to a point where I get a nice looking MVP with the functionality. And then I take that, download the project, I put it into Cursor, and here's where I hook up Supabase, so it writes all the scripts to connect the back end and get clerk off, and that makes it very simple to plug and play the application. And this is all steps that Perplexity can provide for you. So you can just ask questions along the way and it'll give you some solutions. Perplexity is a great starting point. Bold is a great way to meet the MVP, and then you move to Cursor to dial in the details. So you're 80% of the way there, and Cursor will guide us to get you to the final finish line. Have users authenticating, have a backend, build data, and with a bit of prompting, some scoring, it'll make it secure as well.
Mr. Wonderful here. My friend Howard Marks is the co-founder of Activision, the gaming giant that was just acquired for an impressive $68.7 billion. Now Howard and I have teamed up on his latest company, Start Engine, which is changing the face of finance as we know it. Start Engine just opened its latest funding round to the public, and now you can invest alongside me. Join me and invest in Start Engine today.
And with a bit of prompting, some scoring, it'll make it secure as well.
Okay, Polyus is proof that it's never been easier or faster to build an app in 2025. Tools like Cursor and GPT-4 make it possible to go from idea to product in a weekend. But if you don't understand your customer or what they're searching for and how they describe their problems, then you're just building fast in the wrong direction. That's why we're excited to partner with SEMrush for this video. It's one of the best tools out there for figuring out what people actually want. You can plug in an idea and see what people are searching for, what's getting traffic, and where the gaps are. It's got 26 billion plus keywords across 140 countries. And yeah, most people think that it's just an SEO tool, but trust me, it's way more than that. You can use it to validate your idea before you build, find high intent keywords your competitors are ignoring, or even spin up landing pages that match what people are already looking for. I'm going to show you how you can find successful business ideas just like Polyus is in SEMrush with one search right now. Go to SEMrush and find their topic research tool, search any topic or niche. Let's just do TikTok influencer since that's kind of similar to Polyus's business, but you can literally just search anything, and I'm going to open some of the cards that look interesting, like this one, TikTok influencer marketing. On here, you can see all the questions people are literally plugging into search engines. These are the real problems people have and are actively looking for a solution. I like this one because it's not a super high keyword difficulty and there's high volume of people searching for it, so maybe there's some low-hanging fruit in there. And look, right here, TikTok influencer search platform. What's the best way to hire TikTok influencers? Polyus's business can literally be tied back to a single page in SEMrush, and that's just crazy powerful if you ask me. Right now, they're offering a free 7-day trial to try out all 55 tools in the platform. Just head to the first link in the description if you want to try it out. All right, let's get back to it. We talked about the code, building an MVP. Let's talk about one thing that I think is really cool about your stuff is how good it looks. How do you use AI to design amazing looking websites?
It's really the simplest it can be. First thing I do is I pull up Framer and I pick a free template. So any template that you see on it that you like, it's simple enough and clean for you to edit. And you just have to pick a nice font and a nice button, and then the rest just needs to be simple and clean. The most important part is just to get it out. Focus on just editing the template really quick and just put it out there.
Cool. Based on what you built and what you've learned working on lots of marketing stuff and also on your own, what do you think is like the most important thing to focus on when you're creating a good landing page and good design?
So I focus 80% of my time on everything that's above the fold. We call this the hero section. This is the first thing that people see when they open the website, and it has to have your full message just out there, and people really need to grab an understanding of what it is within the first couple seconds. Anything that you can save them time with, save them money, anything that solves a painful problem, you should have in the headline, subheading, and just a big call to action.
All right, so we talked about landing page design, which was awesome, but what about UI design? You're building an app. How do you use AI to design UI and UX?
When I'm building it out in Cursor, you get the basic thing done, and then you add some things to it. So the more features you add, the more things you work on, it's gotta stay clean, it's gotta stay cohesive, and you gotta make sense. So for everything UI related, I just ask it to make it clean, functional, modern, and I try to have it use like ShadCN components. They're all free. But when I have ideas, and when you have ideas for how you want onboarding flow to be or some other elements of the app, what I would suggest is just creating something in Figma. You can doodle if you want. You just plug it into Cursor and just explain the behavior that you want, and then it'll spit out a nice looking page for you.
All right, well, thanks for sharing that. Let's dive into the marketing side of things, because it seems like X, Twitter, has really been working well for you. Tell me about that strategy. Show me a tweet that really took off for you, and let's talk about that.
So this post did the most in terms of numbers. It got close to 500K impressions, and I think the reason it worked is because I found an angle to attach it to trends happening in the space. A lot of people, when they're building in public, never go viral because they never join the bigger conversation, and human attention span is limited. It's 100 times easier to just bring your ideas to where the focus is already happening. So this post had a nice visual demo. It has like real, like raw human reaction, but most importantly, it tapped into the main debate at the time, which was, is AI coding actually good enough to build a full SaaS?
Thanks for sharing that. I'd love if you just shared a little bit more about the bigger strategy here, the bigger thing, which is build in public. I'd love if you just talk about that from kind of strategy perspective, or what you love about building in public and why it's worked for you.
So for me, what's worked is just shipping often. Don't just have like one big video release like a lot of VC startups. So for example, I tapped into the influencer conversation that was happening at the time. I saw Mark Liu posting a similar format, so I figured I'd get some inspiration and then convert it into posts for Creator Hunter. What's not worked for me, and what I see, is there's been like a lot of competitors and copycats that come up but never really take off, because either they're copying the exact same thing and people see right through that, and you need an edge that no one can easily copy with AI tools nowadays.
Nice. That's a good strategy. Okay, so now the exciting part. Let's talk about tech stack. What tools, languages, or whatever else you use to build this business? And if you don't mind me asking, what are generally the costs to run this business? What kind of margins are we looking at?
I use Perplexity for the game plan, Bolt for the functional MVP, Cursor for making it production ready. I use Versal, which is free, and then Superbase, also free. And then 8to5 for scraping. In terms of costs and margins, so it's about 90%.
I don't think you booked a villa. This I don't think you...
What's the one thing that Microsoft, Uber, and Walmart have in common? And no, it's not billions of dollars.
After 11 years and over 1,800 videos on YouTube and elsewhere, and millions of followers, I want to tell you my 10 rules that I believe in how you build a powerful personal brand. So without further ado, let's get into it. Okay, rule number 1 in building a powerful personal brand is to choose authenticity over image. What do I mean by that? Most of us are busy showing up into the world to be loved and to be accepted, and we adopt a new personality. We create a persona, someone we feel safe behind, and we start to bury ourselves. We bury who we really are, our weird preferences, maybe some kind of thing we've done in the past and bring some anxiety or guilt or even shame to us. And what happens is over time, that gap between persona and the real you gets bigger and bigger. It's a wide chasm between those 2 points. And I warn people about this, that if you pretend to be someone long enough, you start to forget who the real you is. And this is seen in so many movies, and I think it's done for a reason. It's to teach you a lesson, but until you learn it, you're going to watch the same story over and over again. A popular film like this would be Aladdin from Disney, where he has a genie. He's like, I want Jasmine to fall in love with me. So he pretends to be a prince. He walks in with a certain pomps and character. And the weird, ironic thing is, Jasmine was more interested in the street rat than the fake prince, because the fake prince was really into himself, was literally walking with chest forward and kind of strutting around the place, when she liked that other guy who was full of adventure and mischief. And so he had to learn that lesson. So these films, these movies, these scripts and TV shows were designed to teach you this lesson, to lean into who you really are, because here's the truth, no one really likes persona anyways. The second rule to building a powerful personal brand is to understand the power of your origin story. Origin just means the beginning. And the origin story of you is the easiest one to tell because you've lived it. There's nothing you have to fabricate. Answer these few questions. Where were you born? Who were your parents? What did they do? What is your ethnicity? And then we tap into something called cultural currency, the thing that is shorthand for who you are. When you hear somebody's last name, whether it's Garcia, Yamamoto, or Tran, you kind of know a little bit about that person or their culture because this is how we do things. We create shorthand, or unfortunately the opposite side of that is a stereotype for that kind of person. And this is where it's really powerful because you can play to or against that stereotype. So if I tell you I'm from Vietnam, I'm a refugee immigrant to the United States, without telling you much more than that, you would know a lot about me. Some of it can be true, some of it might not be true. You might assume that I grew up poor, and that we did. You also assume that we eat certain kinds of food, and we may not be Catholic, because a lot of Vietnamese are Catholics. And you might think to yourself, Chris probably has typical tiger parents, like where school was really emphasized and getting anything less than A's was not acceptable. And you'd be right. And you might think to yourself, he probably got the belt a couple of times. And you would almost be right, because there's always a threat of violence at our house, but I never got any of that. I was too good, everybody. That's why. If you believe that, I got a bridge to sell you. So these are things that we trade, like our food, our accents, our certain kind of colloquial expressions. And these are things that we shouldn't bury. These are things that we should bring to the surface. Because when you use those expressions and the terminology and the accent that you do, you warm over the audience and you're letting them into your world. They might speak the same language, they might have the same accent, or they might just be really intrigued by your particular type of accent. Now here's the thing, in America, we're fascinated by 2 types of accents, or maybe 3. The Brits, the Australians, and the French. The French we think of as romantic. The Brits we think of as intellectual or really intelligent. And the Australian accent we find to be warm, charming, and sometimes rugged, salt in the earth. So lean into the power of your origin story. Rule number 3 on how to build a powerful personal brand: consistency across platforms. Okay, now here's the thing. I think this about you, because I think this about me, that to see all of you is almost like too blinding. And if we think about it like that, like we never just show everyone, all of us at the same time. We're showing them a little sliver of who we are. The metaphor I like to use here is this. If you see light, and you're like, how do you see light, Chris? Well, if you can see anything, you're seeing light. But it's not until light is filtered through a prism that you can actually see what makes up white light, which is a whole rainbow of colors. And this is the metaphor I like to use because maybe to your parents, you're showing them the warm tones, the warm color spectrum, or the warm hues. And maybe to your professional friends, you might show the cooler hues. And sometimes to your professional friends, you might show a broader spectrum. But here's the thing, it's not that they're not you, they're just parts of you. This is important because when you go and create content on Instagram, LinkedIn, or YouTube, you're showing different spectrums of light or color to that audience, designed specifically for how that platform works. I can't show you all of me on Twitter or X because it's contained by a letter limitation. So I have to really think about what it is I want to say and be as brief as possible. I want to be pithy, short, and powerful. But on YouTube, I want to build a different relationship with you, one that invites you into my office or to my living room to have a more conversational style format. But all of it is rooted in who you really are. And the last thing that you want to do is to pretend to be one kind of person on one platform and a different kind of person on a different platform, because when those two worlds cross, you're going to be revealed as a fake, as an imposter, as a scoundrel, and you don't want to do that. So be consistent across multiple platforms, but you're showing different spectrums of your total personality. Rule number 4 on how to build a powerful personal brand: give value before you ask for anything. Lead with generosity and do it for as long as you can. There's a need to build your brand, and there's a need to make money. Those are two very different ideas on how to show up online. When you're trying to make money, it's a transactional relationship. You're very clear about terms and conditions as to how you work. There's an exchange of money or time or resources between you and someone else. And when that transaction is complete, that relationship almost always is over. The reward for being a very good professional service provider is you might actually build a relationship with people. Now move that aside, because I really want to talk about how you build a personal brand. A personal brand is the impression that people have about you, that gut feeling about who you are, your values, your belief systems. And you need to consistently show up as that person. The best way that you can do that to honor people's time and attention, their most valuable assets, is to reward them by giving them value. So you're going to share what you know, and you're going to build this on the experience and the things that you've actually accomplished, not the things you just read about. And there's a general rule here, which is you do personal development in private when no one's watching, and when you discover things, you teach that in public. So don't get into this need to rush into this and start sharing everything that you're just learning while you're learning it. 1, might not be good information. 2, you might want to change your mind later on. We find that a lot of people who emerge, break out on the scene, have been quietly perfecting their craft for a really long time. Now they're being reflective or introspective, and they're sharing with you the lessons they learned and how they learned it. So before you ask anybody for anything, show up consistently for as long as possible, giving them tremendous value with no strings attached. Rule number 5 on how to build a powerful personal brand is to understand that branding is done through storytelling and not just through visual.
All right, this feels almost illegal to know, but our windows were so old and just desperately needed to be replaced.
Is to understand that branding is done through storytelling and not just through visual aesthetics. My guest, Michael Margolis, who wrote the book Story 10X, in our conversation said, a product, service, organization without story is a commodity. That in this world and the time in which we live in, when we expect things to be of high quality, quality is no longer the differentiator, but it's brand. I read this thing recently online. It says, they have a better brand, you have a better product. Who wins that? I want you to think about that. Spend some time today and go look at the products that are superior, that have a horrible brand, as opposed to the companies that have a better brand but not a better product. Who wins in the marketplace? And if you do your thinking, spoiler alert, a better brand. And how do they do that? Because they have a better story, a story that relates to us, a story that we identify with and that we want to support, because we have a choice every single day as consumers. Where do we spend our money? 2 products that are similar. Actually, it doesn't even matter that they're that similar. We will vote the money that we spend for the company we want to see win in the marketplace every single day. The beautiful thing is there's lots of different people voting. So the market can support more than one story. But we're asking ourselves every single time, when I buy this, when I consume this, what does that say about me? So right now, in the news, we're pulling from the headlines here. If you're listening to this in 2025, Tesla is going through a massive downslide right now for a couple different reasons. One, competition from automakers, really big competition from Chinese automakers, but the self-destructive path that Elon Musk was on. He used to be about, let's address global climate change. Now he's all about really strange esoteric ideas. I don't want to comment on that, but that's really alienated a lot of people. He seems to be, for the moment, very right-wing leaning, when most of his customers were left-leaning liberals. He's created kind of a problem for himself. Now the cars are still great. They're still probably some of the most dependable, the most researched, the highest performing, longest range cars, but people are not buying them. And in Europe and many countries, sales of Teslas have dropped by 80% because the story that is being told about Tesla, whether it's true or not, has had a significant impact on the sales of this. So what you need to do is to understand this one concept when it comes to storytelling. Facts tell, stories sell. So you can't be going out there objectively telling your story from a third party, like biographer. You need to tell it from the heart. You need to tell us what's at stake. You need to make us feel what you're feeling by including sensory details, dialogue, and specific elements. And here's the last tip for you here. Don't let facts get in the way of telling a good story. And you know what? Go tell your story. Rule number 6 on how to build a powerful personal brand is to learn how to build emotional connections that resonate with people at scale. It sounds hard, but it's not that hard to do. First comes from a place of real authenticity, like true authenticity, like who I really am, and living in a place of peace and inner calm and self-acceptance. And when you can do that, I think people become really attracted to that. I've been thinking about this a lot throughout the spectrum of the kinds of people that live in our society. What makes someone really attractive? Like what really draws people to them that make them magnetic? And when I say attractive, I don't mean physical beauty. That's a different story. I'm talking about what kind of traits, personality, things do they have that people feel compelled to be around, that feel better about themselves. And I've reduced it down to a couple of things. Number one is they have that inner peace that we're talking about. They have high degrees of self-awareness, self-acceptance, and then self-love or self-confidence. And the other part to it is they are truly vulnerable and transparent with who they are. They've moved beyond the shame, the guilt, and the self-judgment, that they leave a lot of room for us to be ourselves, to be seen, to be heard, to be recognized, and not to be judged by them. But more importantly, I think what happens is when we're around someone that has that powerful inner peace, and it's probably an oxymoron, this powerful inner peace, we feel a little lighter. We feel a little bit more enlightened. And I think some of that we think might rub off on us, and we want to be around more people like that. The opposite, the person who's showing, who's flashing, who's trying to impress you all the time, often is the case that they're not impressive at all, at least for somebody like me. So put away your watches, your cars, your flashy jewelry, clothing, whatever, and stop telling me about your homes and the trips you've been on and how much money you have in your bank account, because I'm not falling for it. Rule number 7 on how to build a powerful personal brand is how you're able to stay relevant is through evolution. Evolution isn't a concept, it's something that we can see every single day. The thing I'd like for you to think about is the greatest gift that you have as a human being is your capacity to learn, to adapt, and to evolve. And so many of us are so proud of the fact that they've never changed. I don't understand that. And the funny thing is, when I get together with people that I've known for 10, 20, 30 plus years, are they still listening to the same music? Do they dress the same way? Do they still have the same beliefs? And some of them, shockingly, are still loving the same bands from the 80s and the 90s, and they have not moved on. They've not created room in their mind, their heart, to learn and explore new things. To me, the biggest marker of joy for me personally is when I reflect on how I was 1 year ago. I want to see a pretty big gap between that person and the person that you're seeing today. I'll give you an example. Very recently, I wrapped up season 2 of a TV show that I'm on. And this time around, I got a lot more airtime. I was really involved in the whole production process, and I was made a co-executive producer. Here's the thing, this sounds like great news. When you tell me, I'd scream and run out the window. The reason why is because I couldn't ever see myself being on camera, speaking, coaching, and doing all the things I'm doing today. But what I didn't do was to have a self story that limited who I could become. I was talking to one of my friends recently, and she was telling me the story about how she was going back to doing client work, and that to her was a story about pain, about sadness, because it felt like she was giving up and that she couldn't make it. So this was a story about someone losing. So that's funny, because I'm doing some client work and I'm overjoyed with it. I'm getting to help one of my friends do some really good, important work, and it's work that I'm really proud of. But then I think about all the opportunities I have to share with people, our community, what I did, how much it cost, what were the steps involved, to show them transparently. And I was so excited. I told her, I'm going to make a lot of money on this because people are going to want to see this. So similar stories about going back to work and doing client work, and two people can have very different takeaways from this. So one person has a story about like how it's going to hurt them and how they feel some shame about it, versus me embracing and saying, this is freaking awesome. This is evolution. And here's the cool thing. I'm not super crazy about doing client work, but I'm super like overjoyed with doing client work because now I get to share it with the world. It's because I'm not the same person I was 10 years ago, because I didn't have an audience and I didn't have this mindset that I can actually teach people the things that I'm doing. That's why it's really important for you to embrace this mindset where you're going to constantly evolve and change over time, and that's a good thing. Rule number 8 on how to build a powerful personal brand. Engage your community, don't just grow. Okay, we all know it. A lot of people create content and they adopt a spray and pray strategy. Now, just so you don't get grossed out, it's like when you use a machine gun, you kind of spray it across the room and hopefully you hit the target or something. So what people do is they'll carpet bomb their content and they'll just walk away. And they're asking for something from their audience, which is, please engage, please follow, please share. But they're not doing this spirit generally. They just drop the content. And I know a lot of thought leaders and content creators do this because they can't be bothered to have a conversation with the people they're asking to show up and stick around. The metaphor to all this stuff, it's not my idea, but imagine you're a host to a party. You invite all these people and you want it to be packed. You want people to be buzzing about it for days and weeks afterwards. And everybody comes, what do? You leave. You leave your own party. And that's what I think about content. You're inviting people, strangers and friends, to engage with each other with a piece of content that's the party. Then you're not there. Be ghost. I understand that you have a lot of things to do, so you might give this responsibility to media manager, but you're missing out on some real things. Number 1 is true, genuine connection. Number 2, the comments and engagement and the stories that they share with you is the foundation for future content. Otherwise, you're just talking to yourself and it's very much monologue. So I'm here to have a dialogue with people, so I want to engage with them, and this is how you start to build a real community and not just an audience. So when you see them in real life, hopefully, when they come up to you, like, hey, I'm the one who's DM'd you this whole thing. You remember me? I had to like survive cancer and your content got me through it. You're gonna look at them like the deer in the headlights look, because you don't know what they're talking about. And I think they can feel it. I love getting this kind of question in our comment section, which is like, Chris, is this really you? And I answer one word, yeah.
This is Pod 5, the first fully immersive sleep system. Intelligent, adaptive.
And I answer one word, yes. How do they know? Yes, it is me. Of course it is me. Rule number 9 on how to build a powerful personal brand. Personal growth is the brand strategy. I think everything you do is a rehearsal for the thing that you're going to become in the future. So it's really important today that you put in the reps, that you work on personal development, that you learn, that you get coached, or you put in the 10,000 reps that you need to, the 10,000 hours of doing something over and over again, so that when that microphone, or so when that person who's interviewing you, or for that piece of content you're going to write, you have a perspective and you can connect a lot of little dots. For me, I believe the reason why people are drawn to our content is because I'm able to bring in this diverse, kind of eccentric pool of knowledge and interest and talk about it from different angles. People will find that, oh, you're not going to talk over us, you're going to talk with us and use the language that we already understand. I'll tell you this story. I was speaking at a real estate conference with mortgage brokers and loan officers, feeling like I do not belong here because my entire presentation is very design heavy and it's using all the pop culture references that I loved growing up as a kid. I do my presentation, and to my surprise, minutes into it, people were really leaning in. They almost interrupted me and said, hey, wait, what's going on? And I saw a level of engagement I had not experienced before. Point of contrast here, usually when I do this amongst my designer nerdy friends, they're so reserved and introverted, they don't emote, so I don't even know if it hits. But this particular group, they're mostly like alpha types. They're forward thinking, and so they're like leaning into the conversation. So afterwards, somebody came up to me and said, you know what? I brought my 18-year-old kid, and they pointed to me like, this guy knows what he's talking about. This guy is cool. This is interesting to me. And a different person came up to me and said, you know what? Growing up, I love these things. I didn't know you could talk about these things in public without being ridiculed. So some of my favorite comic book characters who were my companions as a child now evolved into being a part of my professional identity, and I'm able to mix those things together. So if you want to build a powerful personal brand, you need to be constantly working on yourself to expand your interests, to be able to have deep conversation with people outside of your normal echo chamber so that you can continue to grow. Okay, here we are, rule number 10. Build a movement, don't just gain followers. The difference between followers and building a movement is this. Followers just do whatever it is that you tell them to do. A movement feels like they're involved in the decisions with you, that they're right there in the C-suite looking out on the penthouse floor with you, and they're going to be champions, and they're going to tell their friends about what it is that you're doing. They're going to get into arguments with people on the street, because when they hear bad things about you, like, don't talk about a boy like that. What happens here is you can roll them into a deeper purpose, your mission, your vision, your why, like beyond money, why do you exist? I've made it very clear to our audience. Number one, our vision, our mission is to teach 1 billion people how to make a living doing what they love without losing their soul. And if that sounds like you, I am here for you. And the positioning of the future is very specific. It is, think of it like private art school without the crippling debt. You've heard me say this over and over again. I believe in education. I just believe it's outdated and overpriced. What I want to do, and is part of the core of who I am, my own personal story, is education got me to where I'm at today. But I realize high quality education is the privilege of a few people and not accessible to most. So what we're doing is we're just furthering a system that punishes you for already being poor. How do we elevate society and to move us forward is through education. So it's why I'm so deeply passionate about this. So if people in the audience are feeling like, yes, he is the teacher educator for us, he's building something we want to be a part of, they'll continue to show up and be part of this movement. Because they're going to decide, are they on team A or on team B? And I sure hope they're on team future. If you follow these 10 rules on how to build a powerful personal brand, I can almost guarantee you're going to make a lot of progress on this front. However, if you screw up this one thing, none of this will matter. For that, watch this video.
5. Take a left past the train tracks, park in the park. time for some coffee. Let's go.
CBS News this morning. A lion kills businessman at luxury safari lodge in Namibia after he stepped out of the tent to use the toilet. Updated on June 2nd, 2025. A lion killed a man at a luxury hotel in the remote northwest of Namibia, authorities said. The victim, identified as local media as well-known businessman Bernd Kebel, was camping with other tourists at the tented resort when the early morning tragedy unfolded, police said. Kebel, 59, was camping with his wife and friends near Honib Skeleton Camp, Coast Camp in Sesfontein area when he was attacked by the animal. The Namibian newspaper reported he was attacked when he stepped out of his tent. He's a total environmental spokesperson. Nedasfepanda Hamolela, I'm butchering this name, told local news outlet. My man took a dump and got slumped. Damn. Imagine. Listen. It's terrible thinking someone's gonna break in your house and shoot you when you're on the toilet. Imagine going outside to take a shit and a lion eats your ass. God damn. I know he spent a lot of money to get ate up too. Listen. I'm not camping nowhere where the animals can eat me. Fuck that. You got enough money to go to Africa and Namibia. You could have spent that wisely. You 59. You shouldn't be out there with them damn lions. What's wrong with you? Usually they're out there going to kill the lions. The lions got one of them. It's a damn shame. Good grief. They said the lion attacked him. The lion didn't attack him. The lion do what lions do. They eat shit laying around, not paying attention. His ass became part of nature. That's real life for your ass. I'm sitting here laughing, but oh man, that shit is fucking funny. I had a morbid sense of humor. I mean, I feel that had to be awful to hear your husband screaming. Listen, lions usually bite you in your neck too, so he might have farted and had his neck broke. Like, that's terrible. I gotta stop. I am awful. Look at America. Let's go. What's up with the... What's up with my dock door sign? Lay down. Yes, sir.
Alright, please get your trailer and truck number.
Truck number FT86, trailer 471.
Alright. Can I get you to break your seal and open your door so you go drop your trailer at door 109 and then the hook can go back to the lot. We'll call you when it's all set.
109.
109, yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
wash my face.
What?
I'm washing my face.
Well, could you stop, please?
Happy?
Of course I'm not happy. I don't know what to tell people. What do you want us to say?
I don't know, Mom. Just say she's a lying fucking bitch.
Don't talk to me.
What? She is.
That's not nice.
Nice? Really? Ruining my career and reputation isn't nice either. No, I think I'm well within my rights to call her a fucking bitch.
I know, sweetie. I know you do those things. When are you coming back home? It's only a 4-hour flight to Detroit. Your father and I want to see you.
Really? Dad wants to see me? Did he say that?
Oh, you know how he is. He's upset.
Mom, I gotta go. I'm getting an important work call.
Oh, okay, baby. I love.
What up, faggot? Guess it's back in town.
Can we just like real talk for a moment though? Can we real talk?
Fuck yeah, dude.
Okay, like just what the fuck actually did happen with you guys? No, dude, I'm saying like you're my boy. Obviously, I'm gonna believe whatever you tell me. But I gotta hear you say it.
I know.
I read the website. I know what the fucking internet says, but like man to man, like real talk, like what the fuck actually happened?
Dude, I'll be real with you.
That's all I'm asking.
Yo,
That's the only thing I'm
Let me be
asking.
real with you. We fucked. We did fuck, okay?
Right.
Just took some convincing is all. That's it.
Okay, but what the fuck does that mean though? Like, I mean, was she like, did she say no?
I mean,
like, no, stop?
at first, but like, I wasn't like, come here, bitch, I'm gonna rape you. And it was like, in the beginning, she was like, no, whatever, but like, and then we started fooling around more, and then she was down. Like, fucking really down. I'm a persistent dude, right? I'm like fucking eye of the tiger.
Yeah.
You know, and she came around, and that's it. That's what happened, straight up. Hi, Megan. This is AJ. I'm guessing you probably don't want to talk to me, but I just want to say I'm really, really sorry if I did anything that night that might have, like, offended you or... You know, people can have different versions of the same thing, and I'm actually not even mad at you about it, and I hope you're not mad at me, because I really am sorry. And if you call me back, I'll apologize to you again. So, please call me back, and I'll apologize to you again. Okay. Somebody here? Hello? Okay, here's the deal. I have a gun. And I'm gonna come down there and just open up on whoever I see in about 30 seconds, all right? Or you can just come up here now and I'll let you go. I'm not fucking around. Who's down there? Squat in my fucking house. Huh? Hide in my basement? I'm a fucking man. I'll fuck you up. Yes.
That big sleepers gonna beat your ass.
Last chance. All right, bitch. Get ready to get fucked. Can underground rooms be listed as square footage and as for rooms in the house that aren't finished, like basements or attics, they should not be included in the total square footage. The low-grade spaces, basements, dens, etc. do not usually count. Okay, usually, even a finished basement can't be counted toward the home's gross living area GLA, but it can be noted separately in the listing's total area. Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, bitch. Gross. 10 by 12, that's 123 by 9. Oh, shit. Oh my God. 9 feet. Oh my God. Jesus. Yo, yo! Anybody here?
Yeah, he's such a dick. Hello?
Hey, good morning. It's Margot.
Hey, Margot. Good morning. Piscataway? I have no idea what you're referring to. Let me see. I haven't received anything yet. Yeah, I just haven't got a text message today at all. To Easton, Pennsylvania? Oh, Piscataway, New Jersey to Easton, Maine. Wait, that's the pickup is in Piscataway? Damn. Yeah, I've done the cardboard load. I just didn't realize that I had to go all the way back to damn near Pennsylvania to get this load to come back up. Because I'm all the way... That's just a crazy deadhead. I'm in Hatfield, Massachusetts. It is what it is. I mean, I just thought that y'all would have something closer than a 5-hour deadhead. Well, what's the play? What's after this? All right. Just when does it deliver? That sounds good. What's it paying? Jesus. And when does it need to be up in Easton? Tomorrow evening. I didn't even get a reset. All right. Hey B, what's the plan? What you got for me? Nah, I don't. Either way, it's a big ass deadhead. That's 5 hours. All right, is someone going to send me the info over? All right, sounds good. That's good. Nah, I'm good at the moment. All right. What you got coming out of there? Gotcha. Yeah, hey, if you got any Burley, Idaho, man, hook me up. Thank you. That's crazy, bro. Cascadia, 1 Cascadia Drive, Piscataway, New Jersey. Cascadia, 1 Cascadia Drive, Piscataway, New Jersey.
Some people come home to their wife cooking. I come home to my wife looking like this. Still gonna hit it though. Bro, you might be gay.
In today's episode, how much do you trust your son to catch a ball? Here we go. Oh, we got it.
You got some balls.
Yo.
Yeah.
Okay, together. She paying.
Excuse me? What do you mean? I just said I was coming over.
Yeah, this ain't free.
Look at this. Oh, perfect. Oh my God. Isn't it great? Chris! I know, it's my dream.
Guys, when you think forward and you think hard, you can come up with some amazing plans, and this is a great example of one.
Want to play a game?
Sure.
First one to move does the dishes. In 3, 2, 1.
Look at this. Somebody come look at this. Look at this. Somebody come and look at this.
Come on now, dog. Come on, man.
Damn, I gotta say, whoever built this ice statue is an artiste. That thing has got some serious detail. Damn, it's been rough out there, guys, but there ain't nothing wrong with staying single, man. It's a wild world, but the single men are healthy and happy. Don't forget about that.
Alright, y'all, this is how you get a Whopper for a quarter at Burger. Quarters lined up. Take this. You want to get this stuck on the side of this right here. You want to take this nipple and get it stuck on the side. So we do that. But once you get the nipple stuck on the side, you good. See, it's not nipple stuck. So now you good. So now you take the quarter and you put it down the side like this. And then after you do that, bounce it a little bit. And then after you get the quarter, that's how you get a Whopper for a quarter. You are American ingenuity at its finest. I could triple referee myself by my attitude that I'm most definitely
Banana.
Orange.
Apple.
Grapes.
Strawberry.
Pineapple.
Pear.
Damn, this shit was going to town for the orange. This shit's hella funny to me. I don't know why.
Pull it straight down, okay? Look right here. Not yet, not yet, not yet. Gotta make this turn first. Look straight now. Wait. Go. Push. Good. Now I'm gonna, when I say pull straight now, pull straight now, pull straight down. There you go. Good. Alright, you can let go of it.
Alright guys, how many of y'all have this memory right here? My dad had me shifting gears in the little tiny Toyota truck. That's where we started at. Man, this one brings me back.
I dated this guy once who liked to call me his little slut in bed. And at first I thought it was degrading, and then I realized that I liked it and it turned me on. And it's just funny how that works, you know? You're like, I'm not sure about this. And then the next second you're like, one little slut reporting for duty.
If you give it to him right, this will fly with any of them.
Are you kidding me? It actually is. Let me try.
Hey guys, if you're looking for the wildest police videos YouTube has to offer, you gotta pay us a visit over here at Freeze POV.
Here at Natural Motors, we all start with the same shell. But how it turns out, that's up to you.
exactly how I am. I don't know, it's just in my blood.
About, can I help you?
See, that's crazy right there.
Craig, I looked this woman in the eye. I said, bitch.
But you said bitch, though.
Then I'll lay it up.
Good girl. Make daddy proud.
People that ain't supposed to be in your life hear you differently. They ain't supposed to hear you correctly. They ain't supposed to understand what you're saying. It's supposed to cause a misunderstanding and a disagreement because y'all are supposed to part ways. But the people who are meant to be in your life will hear you and they're gonna hear you loud and clear. Gonna damn to be able to finish your sentence for you.
Damn, that shit is too true. It's like they're not listening with their ears, they're just listening with their triggers, and no matter what you say, you cannot get through to them. It's crazy. Damn, about to buy this chicken salad.
You know you've grown and matured when you don't care about explaining yourself, clearing up no rumors, or telling your side of the story. I'm good. Y'all can believe what you want.
Hey, you got this.
Oh, thank you so much.
No, it's fine. Don't worry about it.
Have a nice day.
You too. Bye.
Bye.
Oh, hey, sorry. Can you tell me what the train station is?
It's over there.
Do you have a map or
You
something?
can use your Google Maps. It'll tell you where to go.
Okay, thanks, I guess.
Well, at first they were playing hard to get, but unfortunately now they're playing hard to want. Alright, y'all, let's see what I got for you today. You know, life, man, is one interesting bitch, isn't it? It's just one interesting bitch. I'll tell you what, guys, you know, one thing that I learned in life is to hold the reins loosely, you know? The more that I try to control a situation, it seems like the less control I have over it. You just gotta go with the flow. Recently, I've been so busy, it's been insane. The taxes, the root canal, I had to move my entire business property because the landlord sold it. And, well, you know, I really wanted to get a house on 8. Do the whole parking lot, do the whole thing, but, well, it seems like it might not have been in God's plan. And, well, I had to hold the reins loosely and see where it took me. And ultimately, I found a piece of property. It's like about a half an acre, well shaded, trees everywhere. And it's only $850, but there's no house. And, well, I like to have the house because I don't like, you know, I can just walk right outside and go to work. When I commute, I can stay there. So it's like having the house is way better. But trying to come up with $4,500 worth of people parked in your parking lot to make it rent free is quite.
I was selling crack on the private jet up in the Halifax. No confusion. It's a reunion. Hello, y'all. Welcome back. Your murder here. Counting money. He said, "Can't man the hell with that." I'm only here to shit on niggas and pick some bitches. Welcome, man. Support jewelry and bikes, niggas. Black Benzes and white figures. Now I'm out here and I'm looking for more chandeliers and light fixtures. Nah, I don't like niggas. What's wrong with me? I'm a light nigga. nigga, but this 44 turn the Michael Jordan 930 take flight.
Welcome back to It Is What It Is. This episode is sponsored by Underdog. The app is the easiest way to make some cash just by making picks on your favorite players. Underdog is available in over 30 states, including Georgia, Missouri, and Texas, just to name a few. Make sure to support the show by hitting the link in the bio and downloading the Underdog app. Use code MACECAM or STAT to get up to $1,000 in bonus funds with your first deposit. I'm Treasure Wilson, aka Stat Baby, along with your host Cam, and Mace will be back. And today we are joined with our analyst Trista.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Yo, Tris, long time no see. I missed you, sis. How you been?
I've been good. I went to my very first UFC match this weekend, and I almost got, I got hands put on me by one of the UFC fighters' wives.
What you mean?
I was filming her, like she literally mushed my head. She mushed me.
Because why?
Well, that's a good question. Well, she was going crazy and speaking in Polish, cheering on her guy, and I was there to create content, so I thought that was good content to create. She took exception with me filming her, and then she cussed me out in Polish and she mushed my head.
Oh. What'd you do?
I didn't do anything.
She ain't the UFC fighter though. She might not get a fight though.
No. The whole family was right there. The dad was there, and he was looking at me crazy. And I was with Angel McCautry, who's a WNBA player, and she was like, "You want me to put hands on her?" And I was like, "No, I don't want us to do anything. I just want us to move on. I'll put it on the internet. I'll make fun of it, and I'll move on." So
did our nigga win?
Yeah, he did. She was cheering him on while he was putting the other guy in a chokehold.
Oh, so then what the bitch was mad about? I could see if he was losing and she got an attitude like, yo, stop taping me while I'm concerned about my nigga losing. But if the nigga winning, that was good footage, man. I think it was kind of, I'm not mad at it, but it seems kind of smart. You in America, though, you on your home soil, remember that.
I felt like I was a guest. I felt like I was a guest of the UFC, and it was their private little thing. And I was like, listen, I don't want to cause any smoke for this event that I'm at. I want to come back. I want people to invite me. I don't want to be like, oh yeah, this girl is acting extra, acting like she's brand new. Yeah, so.
Well, listen, Tris, I'm gonna be honest with you. 9 out of 10 times, don't listen to me. My advice works for me a lot of times. It doesn't necessarily for anybody else. I'm just very opinionated, so I gave you my opinion. But listening to me is not going to work for everybody, so you probably did the right thing.
Yeah, at least we made some content out of it. But I'm happy to be here.
Good. Thank you for coming, man. We appreciate you.
Yeah, also glad you're good. Just quick question. Have you ever been in a fight before or no?
Oh, yeah, I have. I don't like... I stopped... I was really scrappy, talked a lot of shit when I was younger, and then I got mixed up multiple times. I don't really want to hurt anyone. I don't want to hit anyone. I don't like violence. And I called this girl, I don't know if you guys, you're probably too young for this term, Stat, but there was a girl in school, and I don't know if this is a West Coast term, but in the 1990s, a girl who was a regular dick sucker was called a chopper. And so I was calling her, I don't even know if she was a chopper or not, but I was calling her a chopper. And it was like, oh, chop suey. And she was like, yo, you say chop suey one more time and I'm going to mop you up. And I did. And she mopped me up. She did. She put my little cardigan over my head. And then she had these long ass nails. She scraped me up, and then we both got suspended. And I was like, yeah, let me just stay away from all this. It's kind of a one-sided fight. I kind of got beat up.
You sound like you're on the right line of work right now.
You're good. Okay.
Have you been in a fight, Stat?
Never. I don't even have a violent bone in my body. If something were to happen, I would have to swing if I got swung on, but I don't see that for myself. I don't even know what to do. I tried, and I was just I was over there looking like I was in the pool. Yeah, it'd be hard. Technique. Okay, so we're gonna start with the Knicks. We just can't avoid them, okay? So Shams expects the Knicks to be aggressive in addressing their roster during the 2025 NBA offseason. They are reportedly going after a major roster piece. So before we get into anything else, Trista, any thoughts on this? What would you like to see happening for the Knicks?
I just wonder what they can actually do, right? The one aggressive guy that they could go out and get would be Giannis. And that just doesn't really fit with what the Knicks style of play is, right? You've got Jalen Brunson there, and Jalen Brunson's the guy who wants to dominate the ball, right? He's not like a Harden, he's not a Luka, but he does these like high pick and rolls all the time. And that was exactly what Damian Lillard was brought to Milwaukee to do. And that didn't work at all because Giannis doesn't want to screen 40 times. Giannis doesn't want to only be the guy to just set you up as the point guard. He wants to have the ball in his hand. So it didn't work. So the only player that's out there that would be splashy and would help the Knicks in a bunch of different ways theoretically would be Giannis. But I just can't see Giannis and Brunson working at all.
The best thing the Knicks could do is not be the Knicks. Like, it's nothing that you could do when you're with the Knicks. You just lose. Once you put the jersey on, you wasn't here yesterday, Trish. And I explain this, is the Knicks, if Michael Jordan had a Knicks jersey, he would not win. Magic Johnson, Larry Bird, Bill Russell, LeBron James, whoever you want to name, you're not going to win. It's nothing. You gotta be aggressive. This was we're going to be aggressive. These are the words they use to psych you out, to make you think this shit's about to pop. Yo, we going to be aggressive. You're a Knick. Whether you're in the front office, the owner on the team, you're a Knick. It's nothing you could. This is the conclusion I've came to. It's nothing that you can do. Tips offense is stale, like bread, spoiled milk. It's terrible. I totally agree with you now. If you want to make a move to make somebody feel good, pause. I totally agree with you with Giannis. There was already rumors about him buying a house in New York, et cetera, et cetera. But who are you giving up? For Giannis, you have no draft picks. Milwaukee, you want to feel slighted. Like who you, like even to me, I don't even think Milwaukee would want Karl Anthony Towns alone. They might want Karl Anthony Towns, Mikal Bridges, and you don't even have draft picks to give up because you gave up all your draft picks for Mikal Bridges. So I don't know how that's going to work if you're giving up Karl Anthony Towns. You're not going to give up Jalen Brunson. Who are you going to give up to get a Giannis? Only other person I can think of outside of Giannis is Kevin Durant. But who are you going to give up for Kevin Durant? I'm pretty sure the Phoenix is over Kevin Durant. But like I said, the Knicks don't really have that many assets. The only asset I could think of, like I said, is Karl Anthony Towns and maybe Josh Hart or somebody like that. But the team that's trading for that, is that what you want if you're giving up a Giannis or you're giving up a Kevin Durant? Do I really want Karl Anthony Towns? He's younger, good center, not bad, can shoot the three. But it's Kevin Durant. It's still Kevin Durant. Whether it's 36 or 37-year-old Kevin Durant, he's still Kevin Durant. So I don't know who the Knicks could give up, but these are the words they're using to fool you New York Knicks fans. We're going to be aggressive. We're going to go out and strike while the iron's hot. We're going to make it happen. Watch next year's roster. It's all smoke and mirrors. You can do what you want to do. It's not going to work. You're a Knick.
That is that. Love the buns. Okay. So, switching gears, Olympian Noah Lyles argued he deserves a signature shoe from Adidas since he's a world champion, while Anthony Edwards already has his own shoe with no championship. He said, Anthony Edwards has a shoe, I'm already a 6-time world champion, and I'm prophesizing that I'm going to be the Olympic champion. I believe I've done enough to prove that my worth is given a signature shoe, or at least having the conversation of it. So, with his logic, Trista, do you think Noah Lyles deserves a shoe?
I don't agree with the logic, right? Like, track athletes with signature shoes, the last one that really made any damn sense, I guess, was maybe Usain Bolt, but I don't know about y'all, but I don't remember anybody in my neighborhood wearing Usain Bolts. And like, you got Carl Lewis, but that was well before my time. The thing about Anthony Edwards is he's the face of the league, right? Regardless of what he says or not, like, he's the next guy up after Steph and Braun and all them retire. He's got that marketability. He's got that swag. And basketball has always been the center of culture and sneaker culture as a whole. Nobody's rocking with a Noah Lyles sneaker. I don't care if you win 25 gold medals. I don't give a fuck. I'm not putting those on my feet and wearing those casually around the neighborhood. Ant Edwards won Sneaker of the Year because the shoes are hot, the marketing campaign is hot, and Ant has that swag. Noah Lyles is a Gen Zer that just makes his living popping off on the internet. And yes, he's fast. And yes, he's a good athlete. But that's all he does is yap, and I don't think that translates into sneakers whatsoever.
Yeah, I gotta totally agree with you. You're on point, Trish. Who are you, homeboy? Listen, it ain't our fault you chose this profession. Like, yo, track and field is not lit in America. Don't get it fucked up. I know they got these little intervals in between the Olympics, but 9 out of 10 times, unless you're in that demographic or you pay attention to gymnastics, track and field, whatever, the casual fan of that is not watching until the Olympics. I know they got the Winter Cups and this cup and this shit, all this shit in between. Nobody's watching that, my nigga. And then even when it's the Olympics, we only turn it on when y'all play. So basically, let's just do the math, right? Let's do the math. It's easy math for me. Let's do Cam's math. Cam's myself. The Olympics is on, I'm rooting for America on certain shit. And then other shit, I just root for the black person if it's not a black person in America representing. So basically, what does he want, stat? The what? The 40-yard dash? 100 millimeter, 100 meter,
200 meter, 200 meter and 100 meter.
So he's won the 200 meter
and the 100 meter.
The 100 meter.
The 4x100 meter relay.
Okay, so
want to get rid of this visceral fat? Check this out.
This is how to get taken.
What is the best way to lose this?
He's won the 200 meter
and the 100 meter.
The 100 meter.
The 4x100 meter relay.
Okay, so those are the 3 things he's won in the Olympics that just passed?
Yes.
So I'm gonna give you an estimated time. We got to watch you for 90 seconds, nigga. You got 90 seconds every 4 years. What are you doing in between that? It's 90 seconds every 4 years. I'll give you 5 minutes. Okay, 5 minutes every 4 years. Matter of fact, let's boost it up to 17 minutes every 4 years. Anthony Edwards is playing 82 games a year. Busting ass. Trish made, I really just added on because Trish made all the points that I want to make. The sneaker's hot. They have a great advertising campaign. He's marketable because he talks shit. Not only that, he's a high flying act. He led the league in 3 points. Look, track and field is not the best sport in America. Basketball is not the best sport in America. So imagine where track and field is at. Y'all not even at the little kid table at Thanksgiving. Y'all niggas is like outside somewhere, man. You ain't Simone Biles, nigga. Like, nigga, you gotta be Simone Biles. You gotta be super duper lit. I agree with you. Every time your name is born, you just be talking. I'm the world champ. I'm the world champ. You 90 seconds every 4 years, my nigga, and you're not that marketable. Not for what I see. You don't have the swag for it. Stop crying. Stop. If you're down with Adidas, is that who he's down with? He's down with Adidas? Yeah. They say no. They not giving you a shoe, nigga. It's not gonna happen. What rappers is down with Adidas? Any rappers down with Adidas? I don't know this. I'm just asking. Think about it.
It was Kanye.
Yeah, I was just thinking. Pharrell is down with Adidas.